Both cases are style of state of Texas versus Caleb Brown. Mr. Brown, would you please come forward?
Your Honor, that's a plea. I've given the discovery certificate to Erica.
Okay.
And forwarded.
Cases are style of state of Texas versus Caleb Brown. Hey, Jefferson County Court, number 2 is back in session. Court is in session and cause numbers M332099 and cause number M332103. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Caleb Brown. Mr. Brown, would you please come forward with your attorney? Mr. Brown, your full name is Caleb Brown. Okay, Mr. Brown, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Brown, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Brown, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon, how are you doing?
It's Monday, Your Honor.
Okay. The state is represented in this case by Attorney Erica Porter. Attorney Porter, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Mr. Macon, do you waive a record
Yes, Your
in
Honor.
Mr. Brown's case? Mr. Brown, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information alleges that on or about October 2nd of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Brown, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to discharge Mr. Brown, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, and no contest? Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily,
Yes.
and are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Brown, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishment. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
On page 2 of the same document, there are a set of initials on a line, well, 2 sets of initials. One set is your attorney initials, and the other set of initials are CB on the line next to a box that says check guilty. Did you place your initials next to your attorney's initials?
Yes.
And on page 3 of the same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that's marked out. The first box that's marked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
The second box that's marked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have a document before me that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. Brown, before you signed and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Brown, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1, the misdemeanor plea admonishment. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit Number 1 in evidence?
Yes, Judge.
Any objections?
No objections.
No objections. State's Exhibits Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Macon, you've advised in counsel, Mr. Brown, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None whatsoever.
Mr. Brown, your attorney, Mr. Macon, has advised in counsel to you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Brown, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty or no contest, the state has offered 90 over 1 year in Jefferson County Jail, $600 fine, 60 hours community service, court calls, DWI conditions, interlock device, and dismissal of case number M332099 with forfeiture of weapon.
What's the court cost? Or is it 407? Okay, Mr. Brown, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $600 plus court costs of $407 plus a probation fee of $60 each month, plus a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, and a reimbursement fee. You will also be required to pay Jefferson County DW Education an initial evaluation fee of $125. Should a further reason be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $175 a month. Will you be able to pay the $175 each month? You will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. You would have all assessment. Yeah, you'll be required to have an alcohol assessment, and you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. The state will dismiss cause number 332099 for forfeiture of the weapon. I have before me a motion to forfeit the weapon to the Beaumont Police Department in cause number 33, supposed to be M 33299. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this motion?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Brown, before you sign this document, did your attorney go over this document with you? And did you read and understand everything in this document? And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to grant this motion to forfeit the weapon to the Beaumont Police Department? Okay, the court will be granting this forfeiture. Now, Mr. Brown, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Brown, this will conclude your case. You're gonna stand next to your attorney in front of our court clerk and follow her directions. And once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
The ruling was just advised to reset this case for 30 days.
Okay, she'll reset it, give it a court date.
We don't have a court date. They just told him down there it's gonna be 30 days.
Okay, so she'll we'll check the computer and we'll set it on that same date. So you're free to go, Mr. DeRuin is free to go as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I excuse me?
Yes. Did you do the dismissal on Brown?
It's in the pharmacy. He'll be here. It's just a little late. No. Give him maybe another 30. Thank you. It's pulling it up, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Macon, did your other client, Christian Castro, appear?
Your Honor, Christian Castro committed suicide last week.
Wow.
We
Sorry to
furnished
hear
the
that.
DA's office with a copy of the notice.
I added a couple of deaths to the docket, so I'll see if that.
Okay.
So he won't be coming.
Okay,
See if that's one of the ones.
okay, sorry to hear that.
I did, I added that one. I'll submit the dismissal.
Okay, let's see. We have another. And Mr. Macon,
Yes, Your Honor.
the case that you have on the trial docket, you have
Wayne Carlisle, Your Honor, he's here.
oh, well, actually, there's Bullock. You have a,
He's a
Alvin.
plea, Your Honor.
that's a plea.
So you can talk to. This trainer or someone, I don't have the research.
Okay. This is okay, Dwayne Carlisle. Would you please come forward? This is cause number M331526. Mr. Carlisle, your full name is Dwayne Edward Carlisle.
Correct.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. Carlisle?
I'm doing good this morning. You, sir?
That's good. I'm doing fine. Mr. Carlisle, you're represented by your attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon, what is your announcement in Mr. Carlisle's case? He's on the trial docket.
We're ready, Your Honor.
State.
Your Honor, I filed a motion for continuance this morning, based on information I just received regarding an officer not being available until next week, next Monday.
Did you get a copy of
I
that motion?
haven't seen it yet, Your Honor, but I didn't check emails or anything. If this is their first motion, and I naturally
It
will
is.
not be opposed to it.
Okay, so you're not opposed? Okay, state's motion.
He will be available next week.
Yeah, but I don't think y'all, you said y'all need 30 days. So, once the case is reset,
Okay.
at least that's what we was told.
Okay, that's fine.
But if you want to try it next week,
Just whenever you feel-
we have a trial docket on next week? Yeah, we have a visiting judge come in. We have any other cases?
So you won't be here next week.
I'll be here. Yeah, with just a visiting judge. He has one case that, with Tyler Below and
Oh, well, you can put it whenever.
I was just
We
thinking,
would ask as soon as possible, Your Honor.
okay. But see, the visiting judge, that case is number one.
Mhm.
So if that case goes, we won't be going. Okay, I could set it on that date. There's a possibility it won't go. His case may not go, and then that'll bump you up. So what do you want to do?
Well, let's shoot for trying to get bumped up.
Okay, let's set it for next week. All right. Okay, and Mr. Macon, is this your last case?
No, Your Honor, I have another plea.
Oh, that's right, you have a plea. Okay, all right. So once Mr. Carlisle gets his reset, he'll be free to go. Mr. Carlisle, you have a blessed day.
Thank you. Bless you, sir.
Okay.
You can-
Kyle Jackson. Cause number 23CCCR 0446.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Lawrence,
if I may, we're still discussing. I'm still.
You want me to hold on that? you want me to hold on it?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll hold.
It's very complicated. I'm still
Okay.
discussing a plea with the.
Okay.
VA.
Just have a seat. John Mannion. Mr. Boudreaux. Court is in session and calls numbers M333040 and clause number M333358. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus John Quincy Mayon. Mr. Mayon, how are you doing? That's good. Mr. Mayon, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Don Boudreaux. Attorney Boudreaux, how are you doing?
Just fine, sir.
That's good. Now, Mr. Boudreaux, what is your announcement in Mr. Mayon case, excuse me?
Your Honor, it's been reached.
Oh, it's already been reset?
Mhm.
All right,
It's
so-
been reset to the 16th of next month.
October 16th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Boudreaux and Mr. Mannion, Mayon, you're free to go. And you have a blessed day, and you have a blessed day as well. Mr. I thought he already had it. Okay. That's the felony reset.
That's the felony you said. What day did you say this was on? October 16th. Or call me, I'm showing that email. Has problems with email.
George Net. It's not here. Okay, let's call you next case. LaSutton Stevens.
She should still be here. I spoke to her. It's not very long ago.
LaSutton Stevens,
She may be outside.
would you please call the name of LaSutton Stevens at the courthouse door?
Send you the stuff home.
I did, I sent that.
No,
No, you did.
Okay. Jefferson County Code at Law number 2 is now in session in 2 cases. Cause number M332608 and cause number M332610. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus LaSutton Surprise Stevens. Ms. Stevens, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Stevens? Oh, I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Stevens, you're represented in your cases by your attorney Bruce Cobb. Attorney Cobb, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cobb, what is your announcement in Ms. Stevens' cases?
Your Honor, we're going to go ahead and possibly try the case, but she has a felony. Is that felony still pending? Yeah. Is that felony still pending? There. Okay, which court is it in? Do you know which? I thought you already indicted for. You know, you want indicted, you charged with it?
Just started reading.
Okay. I don't
So
think
she don't have a case pending?
Well, not indicted. Yeah.
Right,
She's
so it's
been
not
arrested
pending.
for a felony. Right.
Right,
No, it's not pending.
right,
Not pending right now?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Okay.
right. Okay, so Nelson ready
Yes,
and the state
are you ready?
for trial?
Yes,
in the state?
and I am trying to find her on my docket, but we are ready. I just can't. She's on the trial docket for today?
Yes, she's on my page one, but I don't know. LaSudden is first name.
Okay.
Stevens is the last name.
Your Honor, we might want to announce confirm, if I could confer with the prosecutor, that may be some way
not
we
on
might be
my
able to call.
Oh, you think y'all might be able to work out something? Okay, I'll hold on it.
Okay. let me
Okay.
just- You don't mind, you have her policy number?
Yes, M332608.
Okay, thank you.
That's the first, she has two cases.
Right. They all arise out of the same.
And the other one is 610. 608 and 610.
Right.
Okay, she was left off my docket. Okay, all right, I'll talk to you.
Okay.
All right, y'all can have a seat.
Sure.
And I'll hold on it. Ricky Renee Hartford. This is on the announcement docket, page 6. Second one from the bottom. Announcement docket, page 6, second from the bottom. This is cause number 23CCCR1280. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Ricky Renee Hartford. Ms. Hartford, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Hartford? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. Hartford. You're represented by your attorney, Attorney Alan Parker. Attorney Parker, how are you doing?
I'm good, Judge.
That's good. Now, Mr. Parker, what is your announcement in Ms. Hartford's case?
I need one more reset. I'm waiting on the video.
Okay,
I've requested it. I don't know if you want.
okay.
So I can have one more reset, and I assume you're the prosecutor now, or?
I am.
Okay, and I can talk to her about an offer, Judge.
Okay, give us a reset date. Okay, this case will be reset to November 6th of 2023. Ms. Hartford, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I have one
You
other
have
case. I
Theodore
signed,
Thornton.
but there was a motion I signed, somebody that's gonna substitute in. I signed a motion to substitute for Adam Floyd.
You know what? I think I signed that
Okay,
last week.
I was just here on that just in case, Judge.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Here, I believe.
Is he? Yeah, Theodore Thornton. Was that reset? Hold on a minute. On page 6.
Mhm. Okay, I'll give you one.
It was set on my docket. It might have been reset.
I mean, I assume I'm not on it. I was here.
I remember, okay, I remember signing that last week.
Yeah.
I remember the attorney Floyd, his last name was Floyd. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see it says reset to November 15, 2023.
I'm off.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Judge.
yeah, and it has D Floyd as the attorney.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, just follow that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Joshua Lee. That's Mr. Badgett. Okay. This is cause number 23CCCR0286. Case is styled state of Texas versus Joshua A. Lee. Mr. Lee, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Lee?
I'm all right. How you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Lee. You representing the case by your attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, how are you doing?
Doing well, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Paget. I see that Mr. Lee has a felony case.
I've
that
already
I-
come down to drug court, Your Honor. That case has been reset. We're waiting on discovery. I'm not certain what the court date's going to be. The coordinator's going to fax it to my office today.
Okay, so we're gonna reset. You want this reset with your
On
felony?
the same day would be perfect, Your Honor.
Okay,
They're talking about maybe 2 more weeks to get this video in. So if you could just give us your standard reset, we should
okay,
have it.
okay. We'll reset it with your felony. And once our court coordinator get that felony date, she'll send it to your attorney. And stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. Joshua.
Yeah, I was just down there, so I just didn't know what the date.
It's October 16th.
That sounds right. I asked. Yeah, I asked him for 3 weeks because the video was going to be in 2, so that sounds about right.
Okay. Okay. Kevin Lamont Rollins.
It's Kobe's.
Several other cases in them.
Yeah, we had this case.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to give you a full update on the case and let you know what I've been working on. Mr. Rollins has been doing Zoom.
Right,
This is the gentleman I told you had contacted Spindletop. He's a veteran.
right.
So we've got him into the program now. I have fully updated medical information and program information for Mr. Rollins. It looks like Colby was out of the office.
Yes, but he'll be in today.
Okay, yeah, so I need to get this to him. I've sent it to him, but he wasn't in the office when Mr. Rollins sent it to me last week. I was not able to contact or communicate with Mr. Hoffpower about it. I think he had a conference or something.
Yeah. that was
So
just-
I have all the updated information. These cases are going to work out. However,
Okay, these are some old cases.
they are, and the reason they're old, and that's why I wanted to give you an update,
Actually,
is because he's been in this program, and I
Well-
now have everything's updated. And the program's due to be over with in November.
What program? is it?
It's this.
You said it was a
Oh,
veteran
I have
court?
all the paperwork. This is all. This
He
is.
said he's in the Veterans Court
He
program.
is, Your Honor, and he's also, it's not only drug and alcohol, but it's also mental health.
Right,
Situations. So I don't want to say it out loud. I do have, this is from Mr. Hoffman, the CIPLI program, and these are always updated.
Okay.
He's coming.
do you know the exact date that the program is supposed to end in November?
The program is set up, Your Honor. Yes, I do, Your Honor. I sure do. I have it right here, and I had it all for 11/6 is the anticipated completion date. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 11/20. 11/20/2023 is the end date on the program, and that's why it's taken so long. And I have updated you every time
Right,
along the way. It's just, it took us a while to get him into the veterans program. And once we got him in, there was not just one issue we're dealing with. We're dealing with some post-traumatic stress. He's a veteran.
other things, yeah, I'm
So there-
sorry.
And not only that, there's also another, he had a situation take place once he was out. He has a prosthesis and that's
Okay.
caused some other problems. So I assure you that we're not delaying. I just want to make sure that the state fully understands all the issues that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think-
Ross,
well,
and the fact that he's a bulldog attacking those issues. So I'm very proud of him.
And I thank there goes Mr. Alford right there. But
Perfect.
the Veteran Court program is a program through the DA's office anyway.
It is, Your Honor,
Right.
but also he went on his own. He went to Spindletop on his own, and
Mhm.
self-reported, and got himself into this program on May the 24th of 2023. So
Right,
he took his own steps as well because the help he was getting there was not dealing with all the problems at one time. So
mhm.
he has stepped up to the plate and he's on his issues and now he's still.
Okay, so let's
Whatever pleases the court, I just.
I'm just thinking, but we need to reset it after the November 20th date.
Because I assure you that, I mean, I have all.
Give
the
us a week
information.
after that.
And I've reviewed all the discovery. There's
Okay.
no discovery hangups or issues. It's just having Mr. Hall see it and make his offer.
That's
Whatever
fine.
pleases the court.
Okay, it's gonna be reset to November 27, 2023. Mr. Rollins, your attorney is going to get you reset, and on that date, you need to be here in person. And
In person.
I anticipate that we should have some resolution.
The cases will be resolved on that date.
Right.
And well in advance, I will relay the information to Mr. Rollins.
Okay, and again, Mr. Rollins, as I've mentioned in the past, the court would like to commend you for taking the steps to address the issues that you have. And I always say that the road to recovery is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And if you know the difference between the two, a marathon is a long race, a sprint is a short race. Normally, when it's a marathon, you're gonna get tired along the way. But if you get tired along the way, you have people that you can lean on, people in the programs that you are participating in. And I would imagine that you probably have family members and friends who is also supporting you in this journey. So we'll encourage you to continue on this road. And we also like to commend you for taking the initial steps. And not only that, but also fully participating in the program. Okay.
And
So-
maintaining, you just got this new job, which is a great promotion. So.
Oh, wow, congratulations.
His work, things are definitely looking good.
Okay, congratulations. All right. Now, your attorney's gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have Mr. Paget, Mr. Paget,
Yes, Your Honor.
I still think you may have
I do.
to send a letter of rep on the second case because your name is not appearing.
That is extremely
Oh,
unusual.
Oh,
because I'm-
Mr. Bailey, you need to go get Mr. Rollins. Yeah,
That's unusual. I thought in fact.
Mr. Bailey,
Man,
would you please go get Mr. Rollins? He just left. Kevin Rollins.
He's probably going down the stairs as we speak. That's you know, I'll have to contact my office, but I'm almost certain that we. Do you see what's going on? Not on? Because
Yeah,
I
it's
see-
cause number
I have-
M333070.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she won't be able to hear us.
Would you like me to call her where she can hear?
You
Put it on
can.
speaker?
I think she may have problems connecting to the
And
audio.
the state's gonna request that you come in person.
Okay.
Okay, here's the problem with that. She was set to come in person. I have an offer from you. And we accepted that offer. She is extremely sick. You'll hear her voice, and I instructed her not. Yeah, so I did. You'll hear her when I get her on the phone. She called me this morning and said, look, I don't feel good, but I'm coming in. And I said, do not come in. So let me get her on the phone right now. I'll put her on
Okay,
speaker. You'll hear her voice. She has a throat issue
And she was just wiping her nose with her.
because
She can't hear us.
we have an offer that we are accepting. Okay, Ms. Hernandez, you do not have your audio on Zoom. Okay, I need you to go ahead and do that right now because we're standing at the bench. That's one I heard.
Hello,
Yes,
how you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. Your name is Anna Cristina Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Hernandez, this is cause number 332-252. Case is style the state of Texas versus Anna Hernandez or Anna Cristina Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I can't talk.
Okay. We hope that you have a full and speedy recovery. Your attorney, Mr. Paget, is here in court. Mr. Paget, what's your
Your
announcement?
Honor, it's a plea for certain, and it was going to be this morning. So
Okay,
if the state would hold the offer open and Ms. Hernandez shows up in person, the case will be disposed of.
okay, how much time do we need? 2 weeks,
Ever pleased with the court.
about 2 weeks. Let's reset it 2 weeks.
I'm with you. Perfect. Today. This one.
Give us a reset date.
Yeah. Just up. So.
October 9th. On the pretrial conference document, that's the second person. Ms. Hernandez, your case will be reset to October 9th. Your attorney and your bondsman will be given notice of your reset date. Ms. Hernandez, stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman.
We need to be.
Also, we ask that you take care of yourself, and we'll be praying that you full and speedy recovery. And on that date, October 9th, you need to be here in person.
Thank you. Yes.
And you have a blessed day. You're free to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Paget?
This is on trial document.
Oh.
Sure. So I'm gonna need to hold on those because one of them, I think.
You're gonna hold.
One is your. Brown, very possible we'll dispose of these ones.
Okay, you free to go, Ms. Hernandez?
I have all those written down and checked off it all. It's okay. We'll take care of it. For the small stuff.
Yes.
I just have an announcement or two I can make if it's ready.
Stephanie Joe Abear or Stephanie Joe Hebert? How do you pronounce your last name?
Hebert.
Hebert, okay. How are you doing, Ms. Hebert?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Hebert, you're represented in your case by your attorney Justin Galmore. Attorney Galmore, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing fine. And Mr. Galmore, what is your announcement in Ms. Hebert's case?
Your Honor, if we could have one more announcement date. We have finished discovery. We're going to apply for pretrial diversion. We'll either have an answer or we'll more than likely resolve the case the next day.
Give us a date.
I think the October signing was canceled, so
It's December.
December.
It's, they gotta do it in December. It's a pre-trial diversion. Yeah, they can't even reset it. Second week in December. December the 18th. Okay, Ms. Hebert. Your case will be reset to December 18th, 2023. Your attorney will get your reset. She get your reset from your attorney. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. Thank you. Next case is cause number M333076. Case is style of state of Texas versus Dudley Benoit Jr. Mr. Galmore, what is your announcement in Mr. Benoit's case?
Judge, that's still a trial. I do intend to, speaking with the state between now and tomorrow and see if there's any way to resolve it.
Okay, so your announcement ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Ready, Judge.
state is ready. Okay, Mr. Benoit, your case is gonna be reset to 1:30 tomorrow. You'll reappear here tomorrow in court with your attorney, and it's set for trial. Okay, all right, you're gonna give him a reset.
Either way, whatever's easy. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Benoit, you're free to go. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:30. Cody Clifton.
No. This one.
This is cause number M333476, case of style of state of Texas versus Cody Michael Clifton. Mr. Clifton, is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Clifton? Are you doing good? That's good. Now, Mr. Clifton, presented in your case by your attorney, Dustin Galmore. Attorney Galmore, what is your announcement in Mr. Clifton cases on the trial docket?
Judge, we're not ready. It turns out this is a blood case. We are going to request the blood lab records. We have the blood test result. We would like to get the blood lab records in this case.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, why haven't you requested before?
Well, Judge, it just became apparent after our last setting, we finished reviewing the discovery, and it looks like we would like to request that because it is a close case. As the blood is a 0.11, I believe.
It's 0.116, I think.
Okay. Okay, now,
Not really close, but
state, you have any objections to the
no objection.
defendant's motion for continuance?
Closer to 0.2.
I do have to ask, did I represent you at any time in Harlem County? You just look very familiar, your name sounds very familiar. I have to excuse myself.
No,
I didn't represent you at all.
that's probably my mom.
Your mom, okay. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Okay, give us a reset date. Doc,
October 3rd.
so you need, what is it called, it's blood discovery?
Yes, we'll get it filed today, Judge.
Okay. You says reset when? Okay, it's gonna be reset to October 30th. Mr. Clifton, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Macon,
Yes, yes.
we have Alvin Allen Bullock, the third.
I think you signed. Oh, you already handed it to him.
Right here? You need this?
I believe I signed it already. Just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure, okay. There you go.
Okay. Jefferson County Court at law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session and calls number M 327748. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Alvin Allen Bullock III. Mr. Bullock, is that your full name?
Yes.
Mr. Bullock, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Bullock, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullock, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Bullock?
Good. So,
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Bullock, you represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon, do you waive a record?
We waived the record, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bullock, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges you, Alvin Allen Bullock III, on or about June 21st of 2020, while you were operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class A misdemeanor of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 1.5 or more. Mr. Bullock, do you understand what you have been charged with?
yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Bullock, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullock, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishment. It's also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there are 2 sets of initials. One set is your attorney's initials. The other set, A, B, or your initials. Did you place your initials on this line next to boxes titled guilty? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that is titled trial court certificate, different. I think you might have put your initials right here.
Yes, sir.
He's supposed to put his signature.
So,
Yeah. His initials different from the signature. Okay. Now, Mr. Bullock, on page 3 of this document, is this your signature?
yes, sir.
And on the next document is titled trial court certification to defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that are marked out. The first box that's marked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's marked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also, this, it goes. Yes, this one. I also have a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullock, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney, Mr. Macon, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that Mr. Macon went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullock, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1
Yes.
in the evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Any, okay, no objection, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted. Mr. Macon, you've advised and counsel, Mr. Bullock, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None whatsoever.
Mr. Bullock, your attorney, Mr. Macon, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bullock, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
Okay, in exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty or no contest, the state is offered 90 over 1 year, Jefferson County Jail, $500 bond, DWI conditions, interlock court costs, and 60 hours community service.
What is the court cost?
Your Honor, if I might, Mr. Bullock has a handheld device and has had it for the entire time he's been on bond, and he would continue to do that.
Well, that's, I think statute by statute, he's required to have an interlock. It's not statutory requirement by a handheld device.
I know you allowed him to have the handheld while he was on bond.
That's on bond, yeah, but now he's on DWI probation.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a condition, it's statutory, it's a statutory requirement. Let's see, let's see. Okay. Mr. Bullock, the state is requiring that you serve, is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. You'll also be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $407 plus a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, probation fee of $60 each month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. The total amount that you'll be required to pay each month is $166 a month. Will you be able to pay $166 each month?
Yes.
You'll also be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. And you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of the DWI probation. Mr. Bullock, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
Think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? Do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Mr. Bullock, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Bullock, you're gonna stand next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
You too.
You're welcome. Just hold on a minute. Okay.
This last one. Let's actually Holmes. It's easier.
Mr. Mitchell, is this your case or?
It's Mr. Smith's case, Your Honor, and there was a motion to withdraw file. It was a mistake by our office. Everything's been cured, but the client, so we're going to withdraw the motion to withdraw this on the record.
Okay, who was, you said, what's his name again?
Mr. Engel, and I've spoken with the state. We've worked out a plea agreement, so it's not going to go to trial. Judge. We're going to plea out.
We're fine on that one.
So y'all pleading today? Who you
It's gonna
said?
be a JP reduction. Judge.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
Called in.
I don't see Engel on my.
It's not on mine either. It was. I don't know.
I was
Where
told
it
to
went.
one today.
Engel.
I don't know where it went.
Okay,
And it may have been.
because I was thinking it was on the, of what docket? Oh,
It's not on mine either, but it doesn't matter. I know what it is. So
oh, yeah, okay, he is the last one. It's an assault. Yeah, Bruce Smith.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so,
he's got a motion to withdrawal on file.
but he's saying that y'all withdrawn, Mr. Engel? Did you come forward?
Got a,
He's withdrawing his motion to withdraw. Okay, and so let's do this here.
just need a 30-day reset on.
Okay, so this is on the trial docket. It's gonna be a JP reduction. Is that correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Okay, how are you doing, Mr. Engel?
Good, sir. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Engel, your case is going to be reset 30 days. Give us a reset date. November 6th. Okay, this case is going to be reset to November 6th, 2023. Give you an opportunity to pay off the fine and court costs for the JP reduction.
He gets up before then, he brings it up to
To the DA's
third
office.
floor, just hands it to the secretary. No emails, no, it's gotta be done. And then we'll get it and we'll discuss.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
But do it
yeah.
early, you do it early, don't have to be that day. Do it early, we'll get rid of it early, you know.
Right, yeah.
It'll be done before the 30 days.
Okay, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Thank
And Mr. Mitchell, this is the only case you is?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Not now. Not today. I do. That's where I was at today, Walgreens, looking at that sign. I know it's on there. But I digress. It's deep in here today, Judge.
Oh,
Name my hip boots.
we got Mr. Kimler that's coming on. Mr. Kimler. Mr. Kimler,
He was just on there.
he has a picture of a cat
Oh,
that's up there.
there's a cat.
Mr. Kimler, can you hear me? I wonder if his audio is on. No, his audio is not on. He won't be able to hear me. Yeah, his audio is not on. I guess I can remove him and then he can try to come back on.
We have a lot of them about it too.
Yeah, no. Call his office.
But I'm doing.
Okay. Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session in cause number 23CCCR 0446. Case is filed, State of Texas versus Kyle Anthony Jackson. Mr. Jackson, would you please come forward? Mr. Jackson, your full name is Kyle Anthony Jackson.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Jackson?
Good.
That's good, Mr. Jackson. You're represented in your case by your attorney Jack Lawrence. Attorney Lawrence, how are you doing?
Fine, Your Honor.
State is represented in this case by Attorney Kobe Hopper. Attorney Hopper, how are you doing?
Good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Jackson's case is on the court's announcement docket. What is your announcement?
Your Honor, we're pleading not guilty to begin with. We did, however, work out something with the other district attorney, who was the only one here when I first came in for the whole hour and a half after I came in.
Remember, we never had anything worked out. We were just talking.
We had talked about
Okay,
something.
now, let me do this here. Now, Mr. Lawrence, I'm sure you're aware that the court does not get into the negotiations between you and the state. Okay,
That's the whole problem, Your Honor. Mr. Kobe Hopper will not negotiate on any kind of terms.
That's incorrect. Your Honor. Let me be clear for the court.
Well,
Wait,
I had already.
wait, hold on, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Hopper, you may go forward.
Judge, the only reason why we're approaching it at this time is for the same reason that you said the judge does not get involved. We've explained that, both me and Ms. Porter have explained that to Mr. Lawrence, and he refuses to listen in regards to that. So therefore, we need the court to explain to him that.
I'm not the one that asked us to come forward, Your Honor, on this.
Okay,
That's
but,
Mr. Hopper.
okay, but Mr. Lawrence, if you're expecting the court to get in the middle of the negotiations between you and the state, then the court.
Not me.
Okay, well, let me do this. Okay, if you're gonna negotiate, you negotiate. If you're not gonna negotiate, that's fine. You've announced, I think you pled not guilty. We can set the case on the trial docket and we give you a trial date. As simple as that.
We can do that, Your Honor.
Okay, give us a trial date. Okay, this case,
Not just, we need it a month.
Oh.
We have to get witnesses. If we don't do we've already done our October. 3 weeks ago, we just need November, then we can get them out.
okay.
We're gonna do November 6th.
Okay, this case will be reset to November 6th for trial. Mr. Lawrence,
Judge, if folks, to make it clear, for this individual particularly, once it goes on the trial docket, we're not, no more deals, no offers, no nothing. So, but this is, and I was explaining to him multiple times,
I had a deal with the other.
he does not have a deal, and he.
but she just said she didn't, you're not trying to go to trial, that's what you said? Well, you might need to talk to your client, Mr. Lawrence, if that's what you want to do. If not, we just put it on the trial docket.
Well, let's not put it on the trial docket until we can work something out. This is not.
Well, put it like that,
Everything's kind of.
Mr. Lawrence, you said not put it on trial docket until you can work something out. That might not be, you might not ever work nothing out. I don't know. So what I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put it on the pre-trial conference docket. Okay,
All right. Very well.
and then from there, if it's not moved, it's gone to the trial docket.
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, you have any objections?
No, sir.
Okay, give us a date. Yeah, it's just on a pre-trial conference docket, so it's gonna be October 30th.
That's fine.
Fine.
Okay, you get your reset, Mr. Lawrence. I think, Mr. Lawrence, you don't have any other cases, right? This is your only
Not
case?
today, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank
And
you.
you have a blessed day as well, Mr. Jackson. He's gonna give you a reset. Okay. Mr.
Judge,
Rennick, you need some time to talk to the prosecutor?
no, Judge, it's been gentlemen, we just had a review these veterans.
Okay, that's what I was getting ready to call this case.
Yeah.
Philip Randall Holmes.
Judge, I'm going to, just to be brief, I just visited with Ms. Malfino, who's in charge of the Veterans Court. Mr. Holmes has Veterans Court again on November the 16th. We anticipate he's going to be released from Veterans Court on that date. It's looking that way. So I would ask the court to do, if we could reset this for review later.
That's fine.
And if it is, then we will just contact the court and say he's been released and he won't have to make.
Give us a reset. You say he
After
said,
November
no,
16th.
after November 16th.
Yes, Judge.
Like we had another case where gentleman's gonna be released too.
So we anticipate that's going to be his last day.
Okay, well, congratulations. Give us a reset date.
I have time to make sure, I can't get on this one. The first time,
This is Mr. Holmes. He's on page 7 of the announcement docket.
right, but,
You're gonna keep it on the announcement docket,
Yes, Judge.
November the 16th.
probably gonna be- probably be- The 27th? Maybe the 27th.
Which one, what date is that? November the 27th?
Yes, sir. You fine.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, you can stand over there with your attorney. Mr. Gertz,
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
okay, we're gonna start off with Miguel Alvarado. He's on Zoom.
Yes, Judge.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine. This is cause number cause number M329203, case is style of state of Texas versus Miguel Angel Alvarado. Mr. Alvarado is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Alvarado, again, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Your Honor. How are you?
Doing fine. Now, Mr. Alvarado, you representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Ryan Gertz. Attorney Gertz, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. Thank you.
And the state is represented in this case by Attorney Kobe Hallpower. Attorney Hallpower, how are you doing?
Good.
Mr. Gertz, what is your announcement in Mr. Alvarado's case?
Judge, a while back, a previous prosecutor and I had agreed to get this done for Veterans Court. And then that, when Mr. Hoffpower came in, we kind of had to restart the negotiations on that. He is now sending me to Ms. Malfino
Okay,
to get that approved. We believe he will be approved, but Mr. Hoffpower wants to.
She makes the.
I know, I understand.
So that's the
So how
only,
much time do
I don't
you
have a
need?
If I could have 60 days.
Okay, we will reset that court.
and the state, or at least, I don't have an issue with it. It's just she makes the decision.
I understand.
To accept.
I understand how it operates.
Okay.
What is the, give us a court date, 60-day reset?
November 27th.
November 27th? Okay, Mr. Alvarado,
Yes, Your Honor.
your case is reset to November 27th. On that date, you need to be here in person.
Yeah, just if he can be here in person, he comes from out of state. I'm
Oh,
gonna be
yes?
out- I'm gonna be out of the country that week. Can we move
Oh,
one more week, December?
oh, he's coming in from out of state. It's probably not gonna be that.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm saying he lives out of. state.
I'm saying. Let me ask you this here. He might have to sign some paperwork.
That's why,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I'm saying,
Right.
I don't, I want to put him on a week that he could realistically. get
okay, give
stuff
us a
done
date.
with Me,
Okay.
So-
Give us a date.
just the next week, it'd be December 2nd or something like that.
Okay,
That's fine. with state.
I don't know if she heard us though.
we're gonna reset it in December.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes,
You said December the 4th?
yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay, you
Sorry
are.
about that. I've had a vacation letter in for a long time.
Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. Mr. Alvarado, your case is reset to December 4th of 2023. Stay in contact with your attorney on that date. You need to be here in person. I'm sure there's some paperwork that you would have to sign to get into the Veterans Court program.
Okay.
Okay, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a blessed day too.
You're welcome. Hall. This is cause number M328100. Mr. Hall, your full name is Michael Hall? Michael Dwayne Hall. How are you doing, Mr. Hall?
Pretty good, how about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Hall, you represented in your case by your attorney Ryan Kurtz, Attorney Kurtz. What is your announcement in Mr. Hall's case?
Judge, we're asking for a reset in this case. Is it on the announcement docket?
Yes.
Okay, we keep it on the announcement docket for maybe 45 days. I need to get Mr. Hall in to look at a video that we have obtained in discovery, and then that should help us resolve the matter.
You have any objections, state?
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Hall, give us a reset. Okay, this case will be you
December what?
13,
No, it's November.
No, I'm fine.
November 13th.
I'm not going. I'll be around. So,
Okay,
thank you, Judge.
27.
okay. Okay, Mr. Hall, your attorney is going to get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay. Carol Dean Picard, Pickard, Picard. Yeah, how do you pronounce it?
Picard.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Picard, I got it right the first time. Mr. Picard, how are you doing?
I'm great, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. You're representing your case by your attorney Ryan Gertz. Attorney Gertz, what is your announcement?
Judge, we're still working on obtaining discovery in this case. I looked this morning and the portal has not been downloaded for some reason. I bet it was lost in the transition here from one system to the other, but we need to figure out where the.
We'll make sure it's added. We'll make sure it's added.
Okay, okay. Give it, how much time you
Now
need?
media.
Just that same reset.
I mean, if it's media.
Which, that was, November 13th?
13th, yeah, that'd be great.
We're gonna reset him to November 13th.
And this was.
This is Picard, November 13th. Mr. Picard, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
On him, Mr. Picard. Oh. Was this the one? Oh, yeah. Let's,
I don't like when you say, oh, like that.
no,
Judge, we were reset. Let's go.
no, only problem is he, his case, apparently, he's never been arrested. When they filed the case, they never arrested him.
Right, I was injured.
Right, right. So there's a warrant out.
Okay. Can I send them to the jail?
Yeah, and you can get in contact with the judge over there, Judge DeBruin.
I'll call.
He sets the bonds.
So there's no bond set, but I can get Judge Guru to set a bond.
Right. Yeah, he's the magistrate.
I'll get you a reset in. Or are you able to reset it with that?
I don't, do you?
Chair one?
No.
I mean, just until.
No, which I think they're gonna give him a date when he goes.
So
into
then
the
we
jail.
just don't reset it. That may be
Yeah.
why we don't have.
Let me ask you this now, let me ask the bail, I mean, you saying that you wanted him to go turn himself in?
I'm gonna have him go turn himself in. In the meantime, I'm gonna have Judge DeRuin set a bond and I'll have him bond him out. I can have him bond himself out.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not flight risk. He's here.
Okay, so, yeah, he needs to go straight from here over there. Okay,
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna give him instructions outside and then I'll send him over there.
okay. Okay, let's see, you had somebody else,
It just, she has a pending felony that got reset.
Alexis Colbert, Ms. Colbert? Oh,
She's hiding.
Oh, okay.
I was couldn't see her in the crowd. Ms. Colbert? Okay, so this is cause numbers M331-228 and cause number M332-230. Both cases are filed in the state of Texas versus Alexis R. Colbert. Ms. Colbert, that's your full name?
Yes.
How are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Colbert, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Ryan Gertz. Now, Attorney Gertz, you said that she has a felony case. Do we have a date on that? Was it reset?
Don't have the date yet, but it was reset this morning.
It was reset this morning?
Yes, Judge. I just don't know what the
Give
date
us a reset date.
maybe October.
Yeah.
It said 2 weeks.
October 16th?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Colbert, your case will be reset to October 16th. 2023, stay in contact with your attorney, trying to get you reset. Once you get reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. Gertz, is that it?
I hope so. That's all I got. That's all I got. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, you're welcome. Mr.
I should have a plea also. On Brown.
Cameron?
Cameron.
Oh, that's right. That's the case that was on. Okay. You come on up. Mr. Brown, you could come on up.
Mr. Brown. Discovery certification. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I guess I could have.
Yes, okay, I got it.
Okay.
Jefferson County Court, law number 2 is back in session and cause number M331054. Case is style of state of Texas versus Cameron D. Brown. Mr. Brown, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Brown?
All right.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Brown, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Brown, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Brown, you may put your hand down. Mr. Brown, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, do you waive a record in Mr. Brown's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Brown, it alleges that you, Cameron D. Brown, on or about September 20 to 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of resisting arrest, search, transportation. Mr. Brown, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Brown, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Now, you pleaded no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Brown, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonish, was also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there is a set of initials, CB, on the line next to a box that's titled no the contingent, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document is titled trial court certification, defendant's right of appeal. You recognize this document.
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. Brown, before you signed and initialed these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
State I have before me states exhibits number 1, the misdemeanor plea admonishment, and states exhibit 2, the probable cause affidavit. State, would you like to offer states exhibits 1 and 2
Yes, Judge.
in evidence? Mr. Padgett, do you have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection. States exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Padgett, you've advised and counseled Mr. Brown. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, the attorney, Mr. Padgett, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Brown, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
In exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty or no contest, the state is offered 180 days over 1 year in Jefferson County Jail, $750 fine, 80 hours of community service, as well as court costs.
What's the court cost in this case?
Yeah.
Two. Okay, Mr. Brown, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $292. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee, $15 each month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $178 a month. Will you be able to pay the $178 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service, and you will be required to adhere to the other standard terms of this probation. Now, Mr. Brown, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Brown, this will conclude your case. You're gonna stand next to the attorney, follow the directions of your of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
I have another case on the trial docket, Morrison, the last case on the.
Marson. Oh, okay. Good. Donovan Heath Morrison. He says he's outside.
Right outside. So go right now. Or you come back every month, around here, $60. Or you come back. It's right there, right now.
Mr. Morrison? Okay.
Yeah, he sent a message.
This is cause number M334138, case of Style of State of Texas versus Donovan Heath Morrison. Mr. Morrison, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Morrison?
Good, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Morrison, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, what is your announcement to Mr. Morrison?
We're ready to go.
State,
We're ready as well, Your Honor.
okay. So y'all will be back tomorrow at 1:30. We'll pick a jury, okay.
Unless you.
Right, right.
But anyway, I'll just check.
All right. Mhm.
Stephen Walden? This is cause number 23CCCR1190. Case of Style of State of Texas versus Stephen Lee Walden. Mr. Walden, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Walden?
That's great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Walden, representing your case, but what's this here?
That's just discovery
Discovery certification
certification for Walden.
for the one you're doing, Judge.
Okay, she need to send it to me. Sent Walden,
Yes,
there
sir.
was a plea by Walden from Walden. She has to send it to me. Mm-mm. Deputy County Court Law number 2 is back in session. Case of Style of State of Texas versus Stephen Lee Walden. Mr. Walden, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walden, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Walden, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Walden, you may put your hand down again. Mr. Walden, how are you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Walden, representing Attorney Stephen Nix. Jason Nix.
I've been
Attorney.
called worse, Judge.
I don't say, his name's Stephen. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Mr. Nix, do you waive a record in Mr. Walton's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Walton, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Walton, it alleges that you, Stephen Lee Walton, on or about February 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15. Mr. Walton, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to discharge, Mr. Walton, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, and no contest?
No contest.
Now, you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight
Yes,
or
sir.
contest the charges? Mr. Walton, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, which is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there are a set of initials, SLW, on the line next to box that's checked. No contingere, which means no contest. Mr. Walden, did you place your initials on this document? And on page 3 of the same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. What's your signature? And on the next document is titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes that's checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled, let's see, make sure they didn't have, okay. And district court on it. Now, what I did, I just wrote out that this was in County Court at law number 2. Now, Mr. Walden, this document is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Walden, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that he went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walden, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibits number 1 and State's Exhibit 2. State's Exhibit 1 is the misdemeanor plea admonishment. State's Exhibit number 2 is the probable cause affidavit. State, would you like to offer State's Exhibits 1 and 2 in evidence?
Yes, sir.
Any objections, Mr. Nix?
No objection.
No objection. State's Exhibits number 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Nix, you have advised and counseled Mr. Walden. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Mr. Walden, your attorney, Mr. Nix, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walden, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
Exchange for plea of guilty or no contest, state should be recommended 180 days in Jefferson County Jail, probated for 1 year, $750 fine and court costs. 80 hours community-based service, interlock device, and all other standard terms and conditions for GWI First Advantage.
And that's correct, Judge.
What is this court cost?
377.
377. Okay. Mr. Walden, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $377, a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, and a reimbursement fee of $50. You'll also be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the net of fleet. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installment, that is, the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you are on probation is $186 a month. Will you be able to pay the $186 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You'll be required to attend and complete the DW education class, have a drug and alcohol assessment, and you'll be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Walden, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And just again, Mr. Walden, you'll be required to have an interlock device installed in any vehicle that you own or operate.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Walden, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you've entered into with the state. Mr. Walden, this will conclude your case. You're going to stand next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following the directions of our clerk, we're free to go. And you have a blessed day. You're welcome. And Mr. Stanley McDonald. Okay, I'm doing fine. Now, this is cause number M331706, case of style of state of Texas versus Stanley Dion McDonald. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. McDonald, you're pro se, which means that you are representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the court had previously appointed Todd LeBlanc as a standby attorney, not as your attorney. Is that correct?
Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, hold on a minute. Need to get a prosecutor.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McDonald is just trying to pull your case up right quick. Yes. Okay. Okay, now, Mr. McDonald, as I mentioned earlier, you are pro se. You signed your waiver. The court went over the, what we call a Faretta warning. That was 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you filed a motion for speedy trial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And no, there was a continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last time it was continuous that we had, and so that was wasn't opposed, and it was granted, and now we're here on this trial date.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that with me permission to speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you see my motion for power subpoena enough?
Motion for power to subpoena.
Yes, sir. Defense motions to court respectfully.
Oh, hold on a minute. Motion to discharge, okay. Hold on, let me look at it. So there's a witness that you want to subpoena?
Yes, sir. It's too old.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay, I mean. Let me do this. I'm reading right quick. Let me ask you this question, Mr. McDonald. Did you subpoena your witnesses?
Well, no, sir. My understanding was that I don't want to, waste the goodwill of the court. So therefore, I waited for you to grant me the power to subpoena. Then once I had a power, I was going to subpoena them. So that was my game plan, Your Honor.
Okay, let me do this here. Okay, if that's your game plan, you probably won't be able to subpoena them by tomorrow. I mean, because normally when you subpoena them, you try to do it in advance of the trial date. You understand what I'm saying? Because sometimes it takes time. Now you pro se, you pro se, so
You have the right.
you have a right to subpoena.
You don't have to request. You have.
Right.
Okay, Your Honor. Well, I put the motion in with September 1st, so but
Yeah, but I'm saying you would have to you would have to go to the county clerk's office and say, you wanted these people to fill out a subpoena. There's a form that you fill out, and they will send it out.
well, Your Honor,
Well, you probably wasn't aware of that.
so I wasn't in, and do you see my motion to discharge my attorney?
Well, I see that you do not want, well, first of all, he's not your attorney. He's just a standby attorney that was appointed to represent, not to represent you, just to stand by and assist you if you had any questions during your trial.
Yes, sir. But
That was about it.
Your Honor, the last time I was in court prior to the time before, I thought it was understood that he was going to take over the position as chief litigator of this case, because I motioned.
Did the court tell you that, or
I asked for it. That's why
you wanted him to be appointed as your attorney?
That's why I assumed that, because we had continued, because
I don't think that was done.
like you said.
It's here, Judge. That wasn't.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, that wasn't done.
I put my motion in for the speedy trial, but I thought, because I was under the assumption way back in December or November last year, last time I went to court, that he was going to replace me as
No.
chief litigator.
No. That has never been the case. He's just a stand because if I'm not mistaken,
It's straight.
you've always stated that you wanted to represent yourself.
Well, I did, but I was told, because he was, the reason why the court, the trial was continued in November, December last year was so that he can become familiar with the trial. That was my understanding, and then that was the last time, because then once he took over, I hadn't been able to get in court.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on, wait on. Hold on a minute.
I got a question,
Yes,
one, just.
yeah, I don't
before
see
you-
it. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess the state's question is now, we started out that you want to discharge, but now you're saying you wanted him to become your court appointed. What's the position now? That's what I want to know, like.
He was, okay, go down.
Well, when he was absent last time in court, because like I said, the defense came to court under this.
Matter of fact, he is right now.
That he was representing me, and then he wasn't
Yeah,
here, so.
yeah, okay,
I know to discharge him.
yeah, he wasn't.
That was never.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we have Mr. McDonald up before the bench, and I know the court had appointed you as a standby attorney to
Yes,
assist
Judge.
Mr. McDonald during his trial. He is saying that at some point he had he was under the assumption that you were gonna actually be his attorney.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, could you enlighten the court on that?
After the last setting, he and I talked about it, and that's basically what he's asked. I don't know how what the court's position is on that, but yeah, he's wanting me to
Okay,
try the case.
okay, so you wanted him to be your court-appointed attorney?
Well, yes, sir. But like I said, all this time from December of last.
It wasn't December because I see a continuous here back in July.
Yes,
We
sir, but
spoke on it. Me and Mr. LeBlanc spoke on it. And never at that time, Mr. LeBlanc said, I'm just a standby. He
Right.
doesn't want my.
But I know he said, but Mr. LeBlanc just said that at some point, Mr. McDonald asked him to be his court-appointed attorney.
well, I asked the court, Your Honor, I motioned for it in court, I'm pretty sure.
If you'd have did it in court, we would have, and if that would have been the case, obviously, one thing would have had to happen. First, you would have to fill out an affidavit of entities.
I did that, Your Honor.
Hold on, wait up. Hold on a minute. There's no affidavit of entities in the file. We have a judgment, a judge's explanation of rights and a waiver. But you would have to fill out an affidavit of entities to see, first of all, whether or not you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Okay, we just have certain procedures that we have to
Understood, Your Honor.
adhere to. Okay, so let me ask you this here, Mr. McDonald. What do you want to do?
Would like to have some time to subpoena the.
Okay, we can do that.
For like, 6th Amendment, 10th, 6th Amendment.
Okay, so you want to, okay. We can give you the time to do that. You have a right to just have witnesses subpoena your witness. That's your right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, since we resolved that issue regarding the witnesses, what do you want to do in terms of a lawyer? Do you want to see whether or not you qualify for court-appointed attorney and have Mr. LeBlanc represent you, or do you want to continue to represent yourself and have Mr. LeBlanc as a standby attorney?
Will I get the assurance if I choose the former option that my lawyer would be in court with me?
Oh yeah, I mean okay. Let me tell you this here. Obviously, we have Zoom. He's probably in court he's in another county in court. Lawyers have more than one case, and so
And he's a public defender. I understand the plight of.
Well, not necessarily. He's just a regular lawyer, but he's on some court appointed, he gets court appointments.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, most lawyers who handle criminal cases, they're private practicing attorneys and they're also on the court appointed list. Okay. So now you said the latter. The latter was what?
My understanding was the former was go with court appointed lawyer.
Okay. You saying the latter was pro se? So you want to go pro se, or do you want to?
At first, I just was weighing my options. I want to make sure that if I do choose to be represented.
Okay, well, I mean, if he's set for trial, I mean, now let me do this here. Well, he's gonna give you zealous representation because as a lawyer, he's obligated to do that. That's what he has to do as a lawyer. Okay. So, but now let me tell you this here. As it relates to the law, district courts this is a county court at law.
That's the way I want to keep it.
I know, no. I'm not saying it's gonna go nowhere else, but I'm just saying, what I'm getting ready to say is that you have district courts as well. And so your attorney may have cases in district court and county court. If it's set, the district courts have priority over the county courts.
Understood.
And not only that, the other thing is if it's in a smaller county, smaller counties have priorities over the larger counties. Right. So my hands are kind of tied as to if we can try to give you, we can try to set it.
State's ready, but we understand.
Yeah, he needs his time. I understand.
And the state's not, the state is ready to go forward this week because it was set, but I understand that.
Okay. But
Can I ask you one more question, Your Honor?
okay.
Courts.gov, is that issue resolved? Because last time I tried, my motion for speedy trial, I ended up filing 3 times. I faxed it in. You said that was enough.
Yeah, you had to e-file it. Okay.
Yes, sir. And I did the e-file, that didn't work neither. So I ended up having to go to and put it in the county clerk's hand and stuff.
It's in here.
Yes, sir, I know. But I'm just saying, do you know if that issue is resolved? If I do choose to go pro se, will I be able to use that to,
I can't give you no legal advice.
Yeah. I'm not asking for legal advice.
Well,
the system works. That's all.
It gets into that. Okay, I can't give you any advice, but I could give you an opportunity if you want to go pro se and have a standby, we can do that. Or if you want to see if you qualify for a court appointed attorney, we can do that. We are giving you time to get your subpoenas to your witness.
Get that to the constable, yes, sir.
Well, the county clerk.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I will fill out the paperwork.
Okay.
For option 1 and.
Okay, just have a seat. And the bailiff is gonna give you the paperwork. You're gonna give him what is called an affidavit of injury. Okay, could you you might have to get the clipboard for him. And because he's gonna need a judge's explanation of rights too. Right. Okay, Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes, Judge.
We'll let you know what happens. That is, if he qualifies for court appointed attorney, you'll be appointed to represent him in this case. Okay.
Okay, Judge.
All right. So you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Me?
No, he has another. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you have an Angel Fisher.
Yes, Judge. I believe she's on Zoom. She had is that correct?
Oh, okay. Is that her on Zoom? Somebody name it Joy Alcatel? I don't have, she's not Miss Fisher. Is she president? I see she's in the hospital.
Judge, she called me this morning and said she had an accident.
Right. Okay.
And I think she's been trying to call the court.
Hey. Oh, give me that. Oh, that's her right there? Hello. Yes. Give me that. Thank you. Okay, you're Miss Fisher?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you doing, Miss Fisher?
I'm okay. I'm just being discharged from the hospital.
Okay. Regarding this, state you had opportunity. Is that what was sent over?
That's what was sent over from the bonding company. Golf cart accident.
Right. So was it involving that golf cart accident?
Yes, sir. The golf cart fell over on me.
Okay. So what we'll do, they give any objections to this case being reset. Okay, Ms. Fisher. Oh, this is a
Judge, this is one where she's just got to go pay we've got it set up to go pay the JP. And then it's dismissed, but she just hadn't been able to do that.
So how much state?
Would hope that it have been done before
the
recent accident. Right, not the day of phase.
Now, Ms. Fisher, how much?
Oh.
Yeah, Ms. Fisher, how much time do you need to pay the JP reduction?
They have me back out on my feet after Friday, so I can't do anything until after that.
Okay, I mean, Ms. Fisher, I think normally with a JP reduction, the monies could be you can do that online, can't you? She can pay it online.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, but we have paper checks. We don't have direct deposit checks. We get paper form checks, so I still have to go pick up my check and go go cash it and then go put it in the bank to make that payment.
Okay. Now, would you be able to do that? I'm just asking the question. Would you be able to do it next week?
Yes, sir. I'll be back out. They have me released. They have me released from my medical on Friday, so I'll be back out on Friday.
So let's reset it 2 weeks. Okay.
Off the trial.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna reset it 2 weeks. We're gonna put it on a pretrial docket. Give us a date. October 9th. This case is gonna be reset to October 9th to give you opportunity to pay the JP reduction. And
The receipt.
you need to bring the receipt. So you give it to your attorney to bring the receipt to the district attorney's office so that they can verify the payment. It will dismiss the case.
That's right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Fisher, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, stay in contact with your attorney, your bondsman. You're free to go. We pray that you have a full and speedy recovery and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. You too.
Long, this is your last case, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Is this Rife? Just call, who is his name? Castle? Mr. Castle, would you come forward? Your attorney had an accident? Your attorney had an accident, and he's unable to be here today. Yeah, and so your case is going to be reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, from our coordinator, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Yeah, we just got called this morning that he had an accident.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Roebuck, Tom Roebuck
Oh.
is his attorney.
Oh, okay. He just needs to fill out the affidavit of candidate.
And yeah, saying that he wants to put a point of lawyer. That Mr. Roebuck was on what docket? Is that the trial docket? Roebuck is the lawyer. Yeah, his name is Damian Castle, was the defendant. He's on the announcement docket.
Okay. No, okay.
We got Benjamin Jeffries. Peraza. Yeah, he's zoomed in and zoomed out. Yeah, Jordan Livingston short?
He's been here, Your Honor.
Okay,
We've been here.
okay, Mr. Livingston, would you please come forward? Okay, your full name is Jordan Michael Livingston?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Livingston? That's good, Mr. Livingston. You're represented by your Attorney Laura Peraza. Attorney Peraza, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank
That's
you.
good. Ms. Peraza, what is your announcement in Mr. Livingston's case?
Your Honor, we just received an offer in this case. If we could just reset this, just so my client can have time to think about it, since it does include jail time.
Okay, how much time you need?
30 days.
Give us a reset date. November 13th, is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this case will be reset November 13th, 2023. Mr. Livingston, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day, Ms. Peraza. This is your only case you're free. You have another one?
There is one thing I just needed to ask you about.
On this case?
It is not this case, it's on another one, and he's not on the docket, but I'm not sure where to bring this. Do
What is
you
that?
recall,
Oh, is that the
I've
one
seen-
with the guy?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that
This
he
is the
paid?
receipt.
DA's office.
DA's office, okay.
They go through.
Yeah.
No.
They, yeah.
Look,
Well, I'm
not
just- I'm
Lord.
sure.
I know.
Carrie, I promise, no, look, let's do this for everybody.
Okay.
That's always the reason why is that we got guys who wherever emailing it and say, hey, can you Gordon, and then they'll
Yeah.
text me, then I'll discuss it.
Okay.
But what we're
Yeah,
getting
I have
at,
a copy just in case.
we were getting guys lazy who are like emailing it to Glenda to say to give it to me, so then that ain't how, it's ever worked.
Okay, that's that one we,
Yours to Renee.
Yeah.
okay, that's that one we finally got
Yes.
the right court to make the payment?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it ended up being in,
Shoshone.
yeah, ended up being out there. Okay,
Doesn't have to.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay,
Nothing, Lord.
all right, thanks.
Shoot.
And thanks, and Ms. Peraza, Ms. Peraza, and Mr. Castle, thanks for being patient with us. Not Mr. Castle, what's your name?
Livingston.
Livingston, thanks for being patient with us. Okay, we have Mr. Jeffries that's on Zoom. Jared Matthews. This is cause number 23CCCR0370. Case is style of state of Texas versus Jared Ronaldo Matthews. Mr. Matthews, is that your full name? Mr. Matthews, you representing your case by your attorney Benjamin Jeffries, who is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Matthews, how are you doing? You doing all right? That's good. And Mr. Jeffries, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's good. Now, Mr. Jeffries, I see here that Mr. Matthews has a felony case. Is that correct? I see that the felony case is set on October 23rd of 2023. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Mr. Jeffries, would you like this misdemeanor case to be set on the same date of the felony case?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. That's October 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Matthews, you're gonna get your reset here in court from our court coordinator on the end. Once you get the reset, you'll be free to go. And look like you had an accident, something? Okay, we'll be praying that you have a full and speedy recovery. And Mr. Jeffries, your reset will be sent to you. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. That Lloyd Jones was, well, okay, he had a felony warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Okay, Mr. Cobb, this is cause numbers M332-608 and cause number M332-610. Both cases are style of state of Texas versus Sudden Surprise Stevens. And Ms. Stevens is present in court with her attorney Bruce Cobb. Now, Attorney Bruce Cobb, prior to the court putting this case on hold, you had announced ready and you wanted to talk to the prosecutor
Yes, we did.
and see if something could be worked out.
Right.
And what was the result of the, were y'all able to work out anything or we still ready for trial?
I'm not sure. I spoke to her about the offer. She wanted to defer, but I looked at that. I know she has a history, but I really think perhaps maybe deferred.
Okay, well,
If
but
that fails,
but-
let's go ahead, go for trial.
okay, well, you're picking a jury at 1:30 tomorrow,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
All right, so you need to,
We're number one, right? Okay.
should be.
He's number 3, but I don't know if 2 and 3 are gonna go, but I'm not taking pleas tomorrow, so.
No, we go trial.
We're going to trial.
Huh? We had her down as number 1, yeah. And the other,
we had her down
because,
as
yeah,
number one.
because she didn't, I think you didn't show up.
Okay, so
maybe
that's
one
fine,
time,
she's
yeah.
number 1.
Yeah, she's number 1. She-
Okay, well then that's fine, so we'll be picking a jury tomorrow.
What do you want to do? You have an option, you could plead and agree. But that's pretty much all you can do. To plead and agree, to the court. And then, we can
Yeah,
wait.
whatever you get, I mean, the full,
The
the
judge-
full
the judge-
punishment range, the full punishment range is in play. I think you have 2 Class A misdemeanors. I'll just tell you the range of punishment anywhere from 0 days to 365 days, which is a year. In the county jail, a fine from $0 to $4,000, or you could be given both such fine and confinement. If you're eligible for probation, you may be able to get probation. There's 2 types of probation. The one is deferred, the other one is we call it regular probation or straight probation.
Your Honor, I think, we're gonna go to court anyway for punishment. I think probably might be better off just to try the case and let the judge hear all of the evidence and see whether or not this case pans out.
But normally,
The complaining witness shows or anything like that.
oh, that's
possible.
So they're up to her.
So I do have, so I will bring my daughter to court as my witness.
well, you need to
Yeah,
talk to your
that's-
attorney about
We'll have
your
our-
witnesses.
Okay.
State will have their witnesses.
Right.
Yeah,
We'll have our, yeah, so you just have to. talk.
Mr. Kimmler is on the Zoom, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but at that point, the state is not making any offers, any more offers, okay? So you just, if you're gonna, you just need to let us know what you wanna do. If you wanna go forward, if you want a trial, you'll have a right to get in the trial. If you wanna enter a plea, you can do that too, either one. Okay,
Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead. and do it.
trial?
Yeah. looks-
Okay, so be back tomorrow at 1:30. We'll pick out jury.
Yeah, sure.
All right. All right, yeah, I have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And she's gonna give you reset. We need to be here. We're picking a jury at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And she's number 1.
yeah,
Okay. You have George Nick?
Right. Oh, George Net.
okay,
Well, that's another matter.
okay.
I'm not
hold-
really gonna try
hold.
George Net here.
That's, net is not on the trial
It
document.
was just pre-trial.
Yeah.
Mr.
Is
Net-
Mr. Net here?
No, Your Honor, he's not.
Okay.
He's got
to plead-
problems.
Date per trial to plead this date. We set for trial to plead this date.
If I tried to plead him, I would have. to
No.
say I couldn't, one of the problems is could not say whether or not he was competent.
Okay, the biggest problem you have now is that he's not here.
Right.
And so, This is cause number M331266, case of Styles, State of Texas versus George Washington Net the Fourth. George Washington Net was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. for the court's pretrial docket. At about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of George Net at the courthouse door, and George Net did not answer. George Net has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 12:13 p.m. on today's date. Mr. Bailiff, would you please call the name of George Net at the courthouse door? George Net? George Net? Don't answer, Your Honor. George Net was just, George Net's name was called at the courthouse door by the court's bailiff. George Net did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Net an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. George Net bond will be forfeited. A warrant shall be issued for his arrest in cause number M331622. Mr. Cobb, I think Ms. Stevens might want to talk to you.
Okay, yes, sure.
Okay.
Do you need me anymore?
No, this case will be reset till tomorrow at 1:30.
I will advise Mr. Net if he contacts me.
Okay, she said, hold on. Okay. You need, if y'all need to talk, y'all can go out in the hallway
Right.
and then come back. We have Mr. Wright Kimbler. Mr. Kimbler.
I'm present, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kimbler, we have several of your clients here in court. And Mr. Jose Balderas, please come forward. You can come forward. Your full name is Jose Fernando Balderas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Balderas, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Balderas. You're representing a case by your attorney, Wright Kimbler, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Kimbler, again, how are you doing?
Pretty good, Your Honor.
And state is represented in this case by attorney Kobe Hallpower. Attorney Hallpower, how are you doing?
Good, yeah.
And Mr. Kimbler, what is your announcement in Mr. Balderas' case? This case is set on the court's trial docket.
Your Honor, assuming I can finish this case in Judge Johnson's court in Orange County by tomorrow at 1:30, I'm ready.
You ready? Okay.
It's ready, but
But I have picked a jury on this morning.
Okay. So they probably gonna.
But it's only a 3-witness case but the court reporter has to leave at 3 today, so we won't get a full afternoon of testimony in today, but it's only a 3-witness case. So I'm optimistic we can finish it up in the morning.
Okay, well, we'll have your client come back on 1:30 tomorrow.
All right.
Okay. And Mr. Balderas, you can get your reset. Now you have Alexis LaShawn Green on the trial docket. What's your announcement on that one?
Same announcement, Your Honor. I'm ready, subject to finishing this case in Judge Johnson's court.
Okay, and you have Dwight Jermaine Lewis on the trial docket?
Correct. Same announcement.
And you have Haley Renee McCray?
Same announcement.
And you have Xavier James Ozan?
Correct. Same announcement.
Eduardo Rodriguez Rocha?
Same announcement, Your Honor.
Regarding Eduardo Rocha, the victim came, the plaintiff witness came last time, but she needed an interpreter, so it was left up to the court. I don't know how. if
we're
y'all
in
have-
number one setting.
Yeah,
On Rocha?
If it hasn't been ordered for this one, so we need
Uh,
a number one set. We need to reset a number one.
yeah, Mr. Kimmler. Rocha, there's an interpreter that's needed on that for the, who the interpreter is for? For the victim.
Well, for the court, we need a.
We're gonna have one for the court and the
We
victim.
need 2 of them.
Right. So, Mr. Kimmler, we have to get an interpreter.
That's fine. The only thing I'd ask, Your Honor, is maybe you could give me a protective order on that if it's the number one setting.
Okay. Okay, so that'd be a number one setting, okay.
If you could give me a protective order, that would.
Probably need to get some time because it's gonna give
Yes,
some
ma'am.
time to get us to get the interpreters.
Well, I mean, they've got they just need to, wait, that doesn't take, but.
Okay.
Remember, so we can make sure that our witnesses.
Okay, yeah, we'll reset it in November.
But like I say, Your Honor, if you could give me a protective order,
Okay.
that would at least protect me from conflicting misdemeanor settings.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Whatever y'all need to do.
We don't have the date yet.
Well, Ada, we don't know if Ada's been. when-
Okay, we're gonna have to get back with you with a date on that, Mr. Kimler.
All right, thank you.
Okay, then you have John
Trimble and Lewis.
Lewis. I thought I did Lewis. That the white Lewis. Yeah, you said you was ready on that one.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Trimble then.
And Mr. Trimble, is Trimble here? Okay, Trimble is here too. What is your announcement on that one? Is ready?
Same announcement, Your Honor, subject to finishing this case, I'm ready.
Okay. Just keep us informed about the case.
I'll know something tomorrow, probably around 10:30 or so.
Okay, well, they'll just be on standby. All right, so Mr. Kimler, that's your, let's see, you have anybody on the,
I didn't have anybody on the announcement docket, I don't believe.
okay, you're free to go. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let me do this again. This is cause number M331706, cases Tyler State of Texas versus Stanley Dion McDonald. Mr. McDonald, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. McDonald, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald, you may put your hand down. Mr. McDonald, I have before me two documents. The first document that I have is titled Judge's Explanation of Rights to Defendants Without Attorney. You recognize this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is this your signature on the line that states you'd like to apply for court-appointed attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
I also have a document that is titled Jefferson County Affidavit of Indigence. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
And on page 2 of this document, is this your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. McDonald, before you sign and initial these documents, did you read the documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand what you read?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald, I've read your answers. Based on your answers, you meet the eligibility requirements for the appointment of a court-appointed attorney. And attorney that will be, that was previously appointed to represent you as a standby attorney will be appointed to represent you as your attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now,
Just to make sure, Judge, at this time, I'd ask you, make sure, because there was an issue where you wanted to discharge him. That's resolved, and you're okay with Mr. LeBlanc doing that.
Well, I mean.
Well, that's what I needed to ask.
Okay.
I don't want to issue later on.
okay.
To be honest, Your Honor, the reason why I wanted to discharge him was because I came in,
So let me understand that. Now, what do you want another lawyer to represent you? Or she qualified for a court-appointed attorney?
yes, Your Honor, I go with another lawyer.
Okay. Okay, so. Who's next on the list? Like this, Don Boudreaux is next on the list. Okay.
Before we over with, have permission to speak again, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's a motion to call for a motion of discovery on,
Your attorney will, since you represented by your attorney is gonna do all of that.
well, can I,
He's gonna, you're not representing yourself anymore. And so your attorney is responsible he's gonna get all of the discovery. He's gonna subpoena your witnesses and all of that.
okay, so.
Okay, you just need our court coordinator is going to give you the information to contact Mr. Boudreaux, and Mr. Boudreaux is going to give information to contact you.
Understood.
And I guess once you meet with Mr. Boudreaux, you can go over all of that, whatever you want with Mr. Boudreaux regarding your case.
Roger that.
All right. Just have a seat. She's gonna call your name.
Yeah.
Eddie McCray.
Hey, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Did we have bond conditions in this McDonald's case? Should have had some bond conditions. Says it's DWI second. I don't see no conditions. What did I miss that? McDonald. DWI second. So DWI second in there. I see a bond. I don't see no bond conditions. I wonder how I missed that. We missed it. Miss River, could you give us some bond conditions? I don't see that in this case. I don't see no bond conditions. Here you go. I need you to make a copy of this for me. There you go. It's true. That's the medical excuse. I'm gonna go ahead on and do these dismissals. Let's see. Oh.
Yeah.
Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session. In cause number 23 CCCR 2014, case of style of the state of Texas versus Daniel E. Domino Rivera. Mr. Domino Rivera, would you please come forward? Mr. Adams?
Oh.
And cause number M329988. Mr. Domino Rivera, your full name is Daniel E. Domino Rivera? That's correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Rivera, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. How you doing, Mr. Domino Rivera? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Domino Rivera, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Langston Adams. Attorney Adams, how are you doing?
Not doing well. Thank you.
Mr. Adams, do you waive a record in Mr. Domino Rivera's case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Domino Rivera, in cause number 23 CCCR 2014, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Domino Rivera, it alleges that you, Daniel Domino Rivera, on or about May 23rd of 2021, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the class, it's the class B misdemeanor offense of reckless driving. I have to change that. I'm gonna have to chill on a minute. Mr. Domino Rivera, this information also alleges that during a period from May 26th of 2021 until September 25th of 2023, and information arising from the same set of facts was pending in the court of competent jurisdiction, to it, cause number 329988 in the county court of law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, style of the state of Texas versus Daniel Domino Rivera. Now, Mr. Rivera, what that paragraph basically says is that you had another case pending, which was the DWI, which arose out of the same facts. And basically, while that case was pending, that case told the statute of limitations in this case. Now, this case is being filed, was filed, hold on a minute. This case was filed today on September 25th. So it would have been after the statute of limitations to file this case. However, the state filed, put in this document language that told that statute would basically mean that the statute stopped running on May 26th of 2021, and it started back to date. Okay, so it's that your attorney could explain that to you. It basically says that the court still can proceed on this case. Do you understand that? Because the statute of limitation was stopped. Do you understand that? Okay, now to this charge of reckless driving, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? No contest? Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Okay. Now, Mr. Rivera, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1, Mr. Adams. It should be a Class B range of punishment minimum, a fine that does not exceed $200 and a jail time that does not exceed 30 days in the county jail. Now, Mr. Rivera, This case, it says that it is a class B misdemeanor. However, it is a class B misdemeanor. However, the range of punishment is different in that the range of punishment is confinement in jail for a term not to exceed 30 days and a fine not to exceed $200. Or you could be given both such fine and confinement. Do you understand the range of punishment? You have to speak up. Also, on page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials on a line next to a box of check, no contingent. You recognize, well, are these your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On the line that's titled no contingent, which means no contest? And on page 3 of this document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, there's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There's one box that's checked at the top of this document. That box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The next document that I have is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Now, Mr. Demeanor Rivera, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything that he went over?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Demeanor Rivera, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me states exhibits number 1 and 2. States 1 is the misdemeanor plea admonished for states 2 is the probable cause affidavit. State, would you like to offer states 1 and 2?
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No.
No objections. States exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Adams, you advising counsel, Mr. Demeanor Rivera. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No.
Mr. Demeanor Rivera, your attorney, Mr. Adams, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yeah.
You gotta change that. You had 500, can't go over $200.
That's what.
Okay, now, Mr. Demeanor Rivera. Well, let me do this again. Mr. Adams, you advising counsel, Mr. Demeanor Rivera, is there any evidence that he currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No.
And Mr. Demeanor Rivera, are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Demeanor Rivera, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waiver was freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargaining agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea of guilty or no contest, the state is offered 1 year deferred, $200 fine, 60 hours community service, court calls, and dismissal. House number M329988.
What is this court cost? Yeah, it should be 200 fine. That's the maximum you could give on a reckless driver. Okay, Mr. Domino Rivera, the state is offering that you pay a fine of $200 plus court costs of $330. You also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a year analysis fee, $15 each month, and you'll be required to pay a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $117 a month. Mr. Domino Rivera, would you be able to pay the $117 each month?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rivera, you also be required, was 80 community, 60 hours community service. You also be required to perform 60 hours of community service. The state will be dismissing cause number M329988 as terms and conditions of this plea bargain. Mr. Rivera, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Daniel Rivera, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Daniel Rivera, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed, will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in these matters. Mr. Daniel Rivera, you're gonna stand next to your attorney, follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
And Mr. Adams, I think this is your only case. You'll be free to go and you have a blessed day as well. Have you dismissed that other case?
I sent it to you.
You did, okay. Okay. I'm going to go, this standard bond conditions in County Court Law number 2. Now you have a DWI second. Do you see the title, standard bond conditions in County Court Law number 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it reads as follows: following arrest and or accusation in County Court Law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, all bail bonds are executed for release of any defendant named herein or orders subject to the following additional conditions. Number 1, defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
Condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs and alcohol in the defendant's body. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
Now, condition number 3 does not apply because that only applies in the case where you have a victim. Now, in this, condition number 4 does apply. And the reason why condition number 4 does apply is because you have a DWI second. DWI second is listed as a subsequent offense under section 49.04 and through 49.06 of the Texas Penal Code. And condition number 4 states as follows: a defendant who has been arrested or accused of any subsequent offense listed under section 49.04 to 49.6 of the Texas Penal Code shall not operate any motor vehicle unless the vehicle is equipped with an interlock device mechanism that makes impractical the operation of the vehicle if ethyl alcohol is detected in the breath of the operator, and said device shall be installed at the defendant's expense with written verification of such installation being submitted to the court on or before, I said it, that'll be the 10th day after today. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, let me see here's back. I need to write that on it today. Now, Mr. McDonald, if you're violating one of these conditions, your bond will be revoked. And if your bond is revoked, a warrant can be issued for your arrest, and you'll be arrested and placed in Jefferson County Jail. Do you understand that?
Well, a couple questions, Your Honor. When you say DWI second, that's just the name of the name.
That's the name of the offense.
Okay, and do you realize that I've been on bond for the past 3 years for the charge, right?
I understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at this case, and you should have had these bond conditions at the beginning because it's standard.
Okay, so the 10, all I have to do is 10 days from now and.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And you'll provide proof to the court. Yeah, okay. So just have a seat in that first chair. Oh, yeah, just, once you get your reset, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. Do we have any bond forfeitures? Let's see. Jefferson County Court at law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session and calls number M333072. Case is styled State of Texas versus Charles Jason Kramer. Charles Kramer was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. for the court's pretrial conference docket. At about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of Charles Kramer at the courthouse door. Charles Kramer did not answer. Charles Kramer has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 1:12 p.m. on today's date. Mr. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Charles Kramer at the courthouse door? Charles Kramer. Charles Kramer. Charles Kramer. Charles Kramer name was just called to get at the courthouse door by the court's bailiff. Charles Kramer did not answer. Charles Kramer has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Kramer an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
That was long.
That motion will be granted. Charles Kramer bond will be forfeited and warrant shall be issued for his arrest in cause number M333070. Did we Okay,
So
well, let's
who'd y'all have for 3 and 2 and 3? I just want to make sure.
two,
Are we talking about right? Trimble?
two was Trumbull,
And
3 was McCray.
Royalty got it. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, this will conclude the calling in the court's trial docket, pre-trial docket and announcement docket. All 3 dockets are scheduled at 9 AM on today's date of September 25th of 2023 in County Court at Law Number 2, Jefferson County, Texas. Judge Terrence L. Holmes presiding. Everyone, please have a blessed day.
I think that's your.